Journal entry, number 17, 15th October, 1895.
As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record what might appear to be the most mundane of our adventures, yet one that revealed truths far more profound than any locked-room mystery or midnight chase through London's fog-shrouded streets. For it was on the simplest of afternoon strolls that Holmes demonstrated his most extraordinary deductions, where a missing coin pouch worth mere shillings would prove more illuminating than cases involving stolen crown jewels, and where I would finally understand that the greatest mysteries are often hidden in plain sight, observed by thousands, yet truly seen by none. Little did I know, when Holmes suggested we take a brief constitutional for observation's sake, that this innocent proposal would lead us into the very heart of human nature itself, and that by evening's end I would witness my friend perform deductions so startling in their accuracy and so gentle in their revelation that even the hardened street folk of Baker Street would regard him not with suspicion, but with something approaching wonder. The afternoon had been particularly grey, that peculiar London grey that seems to absorb all colour from the world and leave everything painted in shades of pewter and ash. I had been absorbed in my medical journals, reading Dr. Morrison's latest thoughts on the treatment of consumption, when Holmes emerged from what I had assumed was one of his periods of contemplative silence. He had been seated in his armchair for the better part of 2 hours, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes fixed upon some point in the middle distance that existed, I suspected, more in his mind than in our modest sitting room. "Watson," he said suddenly, causing me to look up from my reading, "the light is fading, and I find myself in desperate need of stimulation. Would you care to join me for a walk?" There was something in his tone, a note of restless energy barely contained, that made me close my journal immediately. In our years of partnership, I had learned to recognize the subtle variations in Holmes's requests. This was not the urgent summons that preceded a midnight dash to Scotland Yard, nor the careful politeness that masked his need for solitude. This was something else entirely, an invitation born of genuine companionship, and, if I may say so, a desire to share whatever observations his remarkable mind had been cataloguing during our quiet afternoon. "Of course," I replied, reaching for my coat, though I confess I hadn't noticed the weather clearing. "Oh, it hasn't," Holmes said with that quick smile that always preceded his more unusual pronouncements. "But there's something particularly fascinating about London in the grey light. People behave differently when they think the weather has rendered them invisible. They drop their guards, you see, and reveal their true selves in ways they never would under bright sunshine. As we descended the familiar stairs of 221B Baker Street, I reflected on how many times we had made this journey, sometimes in haste, sometimes in triumph, often in that peculiar state of professional satisfaction that comes from having restored order to chaos. But this afternoon felt different. There was no case awaiting us, no client wringing their hands in our sitting room, no telegram from Lestrade summoning us to some scene of metropolitan mayhem. We were simply 2 gentlemen taking the air, though with Holmes I had long since learned that simply was a word that rarely applied. The street greeted us with its usual symphony of urban life, the clip-clop of horses' hoofs on wet cobblestones, the cry of vendors hawking their wares, the distant whistle of trains at Marylebone Station, carrying their cargo of dreams and disappointments to destinations unknown. Mrs. Hudson's window boxes, though touched by October's chill, still showed brave splashes of colour against the grey facade of our building, and I noticed Holmes pause for a moment to observe them with that intense concentration he typically reserved for bloodstains and cigar ash. "Remarkable woman, our Mrs. Hudson," he murmured, more to himself than to me. "Notice how she's arranged the chrysanthemums. The copper-coloured ones are placed specifically to catch what little afternoon light penetrates this perpetual gloom. She understands the principles of reflection and absorption better than most physicists of my acquaintance. Yet, I doubt she could name a single law of optics." We turned south on Baker Street, walking at Holmes's preferred pace, neither hurried nor leisurely, but purposeful in that way that suggested a mind constantly processing, cataloguing, and filing away information for future reference. The afternoon foot traffic was typical for the hour. Clerks making their way home from offices in the city, shopkeepers stepping out to examine their window displays, children running errands for their mothers, and that ever-present population of London's streets, the watchers, the waiters, the ones whose business was never quite clear, but whose presence was as constant as the pigeons. We had progressed perhaps 50 yards when Holmes suddenly stopped, his attention captured by a figure approaching from the opposite direction. The man was unremarkable at first glance, medium height, dark coat, brown derby hat, tilted at a practical rather than fashionable angle. Yet, as he drew nearer, I could see Holmes's eyes narrow with that particular intensity that indicated his formidable powers of observation had engaged fully. "Good afternoon," Holmes called out as the man came within conversational distance. "Forgive the presumption, but you've recently returned from Singapore, haven't you? The monsoon season was particularly severe this year, I believe." The gentleman stopped so abruptly that he nearly stumbled, his face a picture of astonishment. Yes, that's quite correct. But how on earth could you possibly know that? We've never met, have we?" Holmes's smile was gentle, devoid of the theatrical flourish he sometimes employed when demonstrating his methods to Scotland Yard officials who had been less than receptive to his assistance. "Nothing extraordinary, I assure you. Your tan speaks of tropical sun, but it's uneven, darker on your right side, which suggests you spent considerable time at a ship's rail, looking out to starboard. The particular shade of your skin indicates the Southeast Asian sun specifically. Your boots, while well maintained, show the distinctive cracking that comes from alternating between extreme humidity and the artificial dryness of a ship's cabin. Most tellingly, however, is the slight tremor in your left hand, barely perceptible, but consistent with the early stages of recovery from a mild case of dengue fever, which was indeed epidemic in Singapore during the recent monsoon season." The man looked down at his hand with wonder, as if seeing it for the first time. "Extraordinary? Yes, I was laid up for nearly a week. The ship's doctor wasn't entirely certain what it was, but the symptoms you describe— My word, are you by any chance a physician?" "My friend here is the physician," Holmes replied, nodding toward me. "I merely observe what others overlook. I do hope your recovery has been complete. Dengue can be particularly persistent in its after effects." "Much better, thank you. Though I must say, You've given me quite a start. Are you some sort of detective?" Holmes's eyes twinkled with amusement. "After a fashion. I do hope you'll forgive the intrusion. Safe journey home, sir." As the gentleman continued on his way, shaking his head in bemusement, I found myself once again marvelling at my friend's extraordinary abilities. Yet there had been something different in this interaction, a warmth, perhaps, or a genuine concern for the man's health that I hadn't always observed in Holmes's more professional demonstrations. "That was kindly done," I remarked as we resumed our walk. "The man has been ill and far from home," Holmes replied simply. A moment's wonder seemed a small price to ask in exchange for confirming that his recovery proceeds apace. "You noticed the symptoms yourself, surely?" I had, of course, though not with Holmes's precision or confidence in diagnosis. The slight pallor beneath the tan, the barely perceptible weakness in the left hand's grip on his walking stick, the careful way he moved his shoulders, all spoke to a man recently recovered from some tropical malady. But where I might have diagnosed the general condition, Holmes had identified the specific illness, traced its geographic origin, and even estimated its duration and severity. We continued our stroll, and I found myself paying closer attention to our fellow pedestrians, trying to see them through Holmes's eyes. It was a futile exercise, of course, like trying to hear music the way Mozart did, or see light the way Turner captured it on canvas. Yet the attempt was illuminating in its own way, revealing how much of human behavior and circumstance passes unnoticed in the rush of daily life. Near the corner of Dorset Street, a young woman caught Holmes's attention. She was perhaps 25, dressed in the practical but well-maintained clothing of the professional class, a governess or companion, I judged by her appearance. She carried herself with a particular combination of confidence and deference that marked those who moved between the worlds of service and education. What drew Holmes's eye, however, was the way she paused at shop windows, not with the idle curiosity of someone passing time, but with the focused attention of someone studying, memorizing, cataloguing details. "A moment, Watson," Holmes murmured, and before I could respond, he had approached the young woman with the same gentle directness he had shown the returned traveller. "Pardon me, miss, but are you by any chance an artist? I couldn't help but notice your particular attention to the arrangement in Pemberton's window." The young woman started, her hand moving instinctively toward her reticule in a gesture that was both protective and revealing. Why do you ask, sir?" "Forgive me if I've overstepped," Holmes replied, his tone remaining warm and unthreatening. "It's simply that you observe things the way artists do, not just seeing, but studying the interplay of light and shadow, the composition of forms. Most people look at shop windows to see what's for sale. You're looking at them to understand how they work." A flush of pleasure coloured the young woman's cheeks. "You're very observant, sir. I try to sketch when time permits. But my employers—" She trailed off, clearly uncertain whether she should be discussing her personal pursuits with a stranger. "Ah," Holmes said with understanding. "A governess, then, and your charges are not encouraged in artistic pursuits. Hence the necessity for discretion." He gestured toward her reticule. A small sketchbook, I would guess, and pencils wrapped in cloth to prevent rattling. "You study shop windows and street scenes during your brief moments of freedom. storing up images to transfer to paper when you're safely alone. The young woman's eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and delight. However, did you know? Your reticule is larger than fashion dictates, but not in the way that suggests necessities like medicines or extra coins. The shape is wrong for books or letters, but perfect for a small sketch pad. Your fingers show the faint staining of graphite, barely visible, but unmistakable to one who knows what to look for. Most tellingly, however, is the way you observe. You don't simply look at things. You measure proportions, study angles, consider how light falls across surfaces. It's the analytical eye of someone who must translate three-dimensional reality into two-dimensional representation. You speak as if you have some experience with art yourself, sir. Holmes smiled. Merely as an observer of observers, I'm afraid. Though I would venture to guess that your true interest lies not in the pretty scenes most ladies are encouraged to sketch, but in the character and drama of everyday life. The way that butcher's boy leans against his cart, perhaps, or the particular slouch of that gentleman reading his newspaper by the lamp-post. The governess, for such she clearly was, looked where Holmes indicated, and nodded with evident enthusiasm. Exactly. There's so much personality in the way people hold themselves, isn't there? So much story in their postures and expressions. But it's not considered quite proper for a young lady to be staring so intently at strangers. A pity, Holmes observed. Some of our finest artists have been keen students of human nature. I hope you'll continue your studies despite the constraints of propriety. The world needs those who truly see, not merely those who look. As we parted ways with the young governess, who had introduced herself as Miss Emily Hartwell, I found myself reflecting on Holmes's unusual gentleness with these casual encounters. In our professional cases, his deductions were often delivered with a sharp precision that could cut like a scalpel, laying bare secrets and motivations with little regard for the subject's comfort. But here, in these chance meetings on Baker Street, his observations seemed designed not to expose or embarrass, but to acknowledge and validate the hidden aspects of people's lives. "You're being uncommonly kind this afternoon," I remarked as we continued our walk. Holmes was quiet for a moment, his eyes tracking a small dog that had escaped its leash and was now investigating the fascinating scents around a cheese vendor's cart. "Perhaps," he said finally, "it's because these people are not clients or suspects, but simply fellow travellers on life's journey. There's a difference, Watson, between deduction in service of justice and observation in service of understanding." We turned onto Marylebone Road, where the traffic was thicker and the pace of life more urgent. Here Holmes seemed to retreat slightly into himself, content to observe without engaging. Yet I could see his mind working as we walked, cataloguing the hurried clerk whose ink-stained fingers betrayed his profession, noting the way a nursemaid adjusted her charge's coat with the automatic efficiency of long practice, observing the subtle signals that passed between a flower girl and her regular customers. It was near the corner of Baker Street and Marylebone Road that we encountered what would become the central puzzle of our afternoon's adventure. The area was busier here, with several street performers taking advantage of the foot traffic. A barrel organ ground out a melancholy waltz, while a small monkey in a red vest collected coins in a tin cup. Nearby, a chalk artist had created an elaborate pastoral scene on the pavement, complete with shepherds and sheep that seemed to graze in fields of remarkable blue-green grass. The artist himself was a man of perhaps 40, with the lean build and weathered hands of someone who had known both physical labour and artistic aspiration. His clothes were clean but worn, patched in places with a kind of careful stitching that spoke of necessity rather than choice. What struck me immediately was the quality of his work. This was no crude street scribbling, but art of genuine skill and imagination. Holmes had stopped to examine the chalk drawing with his characteristic intensity, but it was the artist's demeanour rather than his creation that captured my medical attention. The man was clearly distressed, searching through his pockets with increasing agitation, his eyes scanning the ground around his work area with the desperate intensity of someone who has lost something vital. "Is everything quite all right?" I inquired, approaching with the careful manner I had learned to employ when dealing with patients in distress. The artist looked up, his face a study in barely controlled anxiety. "My coin pouch, sir. It's gone missing. Had it not an hour ago when I bought some bread from the vendor there. Now it's vanished entirely and—" He gestured helplessly at his chalk drawing. "Well, sir, that pouch contained all of today's takings, plus the coins I need for tomorrow's materials. Without it, I'm afraid I'm in rather dire circumstances." Holmes had been listening while continuing his examination of the pavement art. Now he raised his head with the alert expression that indicated his interest had been thoroughly engaged. "When did you last see the pouch with certainty?" he asked. "As I said, sir, when I purchased my lunch. Must have been 2:30 or thereabouts. The bread seller there, Mrs. Pembridge, she'll remember me. Regular customer, I am." "And you've searched thoroughly?" The artist's laugh was bitter. "Searched, sir? I've been over every inch of this corner a dozen times. Under my materials box, around the organ grinder, even asked young Timothy there if he'd seen anything." He nodded toward a boy of perhaps 12 who was sweeping the street nearby. "Nothing?" It's as if the thing vanished into thin air. Holmes straightened, and I recognized the subtle shift in his posture that indicated he had accepted a challenge. "Describe the pouch, if you would." "Leather, sir. Brown leather, about the size of my palm, with a drawstring closure. Bit worn around the edges. I've had it near 5 years now. Nothing fancy, but it served me well enough." "And how much was in it?" 4 shillings and 7pence, sir. Not a fortune to some, perhaps, but it represents 3 days' work for me." I watched Holmes's eyes as they moved methodically around the area, taking in details that would have escaped my notice entirely. The positioning of the organ grinder, the flow of pedestrian traffic, the location of nearby shops and their doorways. All of it was being catalogued and analysed with the same precision he brought to examining a crime scene. "Watson," he said quietly, "what do you make of our artist's situation from a medical perspective?" It was an unexpected question, but one that prompted me to look at the man with my professional eye rather than simply my sympathetic one. What I saw was illuminating. Despite his obvious distress about the missing money, his hands were steady, his breathing regular, his colour good. These were not the signs of someone in the grip of genuine panic or despair, but rather of someone dealing with a serious inconvenience with remarkable composure. "He's handling the crisis rather well," I observed. His distress seems focused and rational rather than overwhelming. A man with considerable inner resources, I would say. Precisely, Holmes murmured. And notice how he works. Even in his current predicament, he continues to perfect details in his drawing. See there, he's just added subtle shading to that sheep's wool, though he could have considered his work finished an hour ago. The artist, who had introduced himself as Mr. James Whitmore, overheard this exchange. Begging your pardon, gentlemen, but you speak as if you have some experience with situations like this. My friend is a consulting detective, I explained. Sherlock Holmes. Perhaps you've heard the name? Mr. Whitmore's face brightened considerably. Indeed I have, sir. I read about your cases in the papers. The adventure of the blue carbuncle. Magnificent bit of reasoning that was. But surely this small matter isn't worthy of your attention. Holmes's smile was genuine and warm. My dear Mr. Whitmore, I've found that the most illuminating mysteries are often the ones that appear simple on the surface. Besides, a man's livelihood is never a small matter, regardless of the amounts involved. Would you object if I made a few inquiries on your behalf? Object? Sir, I'd be honoured, though I can't offer much in the way of payment. Consider it a professional exercise, Holmes said, waving away the concern. Watson and I were merely taking the air, and this provides a more interesting focus for our walk than commenting on the weather. What followed was a demonstration of Holmes's methods that was both familiar and revelatory. I had observed him work countless times, but usually in the context of serious crimes with high stakes and urgent timelines. Here, applied to what was essentially a minor street incident, his approach revealed nuances I had never fully appreciated. He began by questioning Mrs. Pembridge, the breadseller who had served Mr. Whitmore his lunch. She was a stout, cheerful woman whose cart was positioned about 20 yards from the artist's pitch, and she confirmed the essential facts. Yes, Mr. Whitmore had purchased his usual penny loaf at approximately 2:30. Yes, he had paid from a brown leather pouch, and yes, she had watched him return to his work area immediately afterward. Did you happen to notice if anyone showed particular interest in Mr. Whitmore or his activities after he returned from your cart? Holmes inquired. Mrs. Pembridge considered this carefully. Well, sir, there's always folks stopping to look at his pictures. Right talented he is. But now that you mention it, there was a gentleman seemed unusually interested. Stood there for quite a while, he did, asking questions about how the drawing was done and such. Can you describe this gentleman? Middle-aged fellow, well-dressed but not flashy. Had one of those walking sticks with a fancy handle, silver, I think it was. Kept tapping it while he watched Mr. Whitmore work. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. And did you observe the direction he took when he left? Toward the park, I believe, though I couldn't say for certain. I was serving customers. From Mrs. Pembridge, Holmes moved on to young Timothy, the crossing sweeper, who proved to be an observant lad with a clear memory for detail. Yes, he had noticed the gentleman with the walking stick. Yes, the man had lingered unusually long at Mr. Whitmore's pitch. And yes, Timothy was quite certain about the time. It had been just after 3 o'clock, because that was when the church bells chimed, and he always counted them to mark his work periods. You've got sharp eyes, Timothy, Holmes observed, producing a sixpence from his waistcoat pocket. Tell me, did you notice anything odd about the gentleman's behaviour? Anything that struck you as unusual?" The boy pocketed the coin with a grin. "Well, sir, he kept looking around while he watched the artist work. Not like someone just enjoying the picture, if you take my meaning. More like someone checking to see who might be watching him." "And did you see him leave?" "Aye, sir. Walked off towards the park, same as the lady said. But here's the thing." Timothy leaned closer conspiratorially. "He came back not 10 minutes later, walking the other way. Passed right by again, he did, but this time he didn't stop to look at the drawing." Holmes's eyes sharpened with interest. "You're quite certain of this?" "Dead certain, sir. Noticed him particularly the second time, because his walking stick was making a different sound. First time it went tap, 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 regular like. Second time it was more of a thunk, thunk, thunk. Like maybe he was carrying something that threw off his rhythm." I saw Holmes and the boy exchange a look of mutual understanding, and I was reminded once again of my friend's remarkable ability to communicate with people from all walks of life. To Timothy, this wasn't an interrogation by a famous detective, but a conversation between two individuals who understood the importance of observing details. With this information in hand, Holmes began a systematic examination of the area, starting with Mr. Whitmore's workspace and expanding outward in careful arcs. I had seen him conduct similar searches at crime scenes, but never with quite this level of meticulous attention to seemingly insignificant details. He examined the base of lampposts, peered into gutters, investigated the spaces between cobblestones, and even crawled partially under the barrel organ to check the ground beneath. It was during this latter investigation that he made his first significant discovery. "Watson," he called softly, "would you mind asking Mr. Whitmore to join us here for a moment?" When the artist approached, Holmes was kneeling beside the barrel organ, his hand extended toward something beneath the instrument. "I believe this may be yours," he said, withdrawing his hand to reveal the missing brown leather pouch. Mr. Whitmore's face lit up with relief and amazement. "That's it! That's my pouch exactly. But how on earth did it get under there?" Holmes stood and brushed the dust from his knees. "An excellent question, and one that requires us to consider the movements and motivations of our gentleman with the silver-headed walking stick." As we moved away from the busy corner to continue our discussion, Holmes began to reconstruct the afternoon's events with his characteristic precision. Yet there was something different in his approach, a gentleness, perhaps, or a recognition that this was not a matter for the courts, but rather a human story that deserved to be understood rather than merely solved. "The facts, as we have established them, are these," he began. "Mr. Whitmore purchased his lunch at 2:30, paying from his leather pouch in full view of several witnesses. He returned to his work, where he was observed by our mysterious gentleman with the walking stick. This observer lingered for an unusual length of time, asking questions about the artistic process while keeping watch for potential witnesses." "But surely," I interjected, "the presence of Mrs. Pembridge, Timothy, and various passers-by would have made theft rather risky." "Indeed it would have, Watson, which is why I don't believe our gentleman is a common pickpocket. Consider the evidence. He was well dressed, carried an expensive walking stick, and showed genuine interest in artistic techniques. This suggests education and social standing. Moreover, his behavior, particularly his return to the scene within minutes, indicates someone operating under compulsion rather than simple greed." Mr. Whitmore frowned in confusion. "I'm afraid I don't follow, sir. If he wasn't after my money, why take the pouch?" Holmes's expression grew thoughtful. "That, Mr. Whitmore, brings us to the heart of the matter. Tell me, during your interaction with this gentleman, did he ask any questions that seemed particularly personal or specific to your circumstances?" The artist considered this carefully. "Well, yes, now that you mention it. He asked how long I'd been working this particular spot, whether I came here every day, how I managed to afford my materials. I thought it was just friendly conversation, but when you put it like that. And did you by any chance mention your financial situation? Perhaps reference the importance of your daily earnings?" Mr. Whitmore's face reddened slightly. "I may have done, sir. He commented on the quality of my work, said it seemed professional, and I explained that I was trying to save enough to rent a proper studio space. Mentioned that every shilling mattered, that I couldn't afford to miss even a day's work." Holmes nodded with satisfaction. "There we have it, Watson. Our gentleman was conducting what you might call a social experiment, though one with potentially serious consequences." I was beginning to understand Holmes's reasoning, but Mr. Whitmore still looked bewildered. "An experiment, sir? What sort of experiment requires stealing a man's money?" "The sort," Holmes replied gently, "that seeks to test whether a person's character remains constant under pressure. Consider, here you are, an artist of evident skill and dedication, yet reduced to working the streets for pennies. Someone observing you might wonder, would such a man maintain his standards and integrity if faced with sudden financial crisis? Would he continue to perfect his work, or would desperation lead to compromise?" The truth of Holmes's analysis struck me immediately. Even in his distress over the missing pouch, Mr. Whitmore had continued to work on his chalk drawing, adding refinements that served no commercial purpose, but satisfied his artistic sensibilities. He had searched thoroughly for his missing property without disturbing others or making wild accusations. He had maintained his dignity and composure, despite facing genuine hardship. "You believe," I said slowly, "that someone was testing Mr. Whitmore's character?" "I do indeed, and I believe that someone was sufficiently impressed by what he observed to return the property in a way that wouldn't embarrass either party. The pouch was placed beneath the barrel organ, close enough to be found during a thorough search, but positioned so that its discovery would appear accidental." Mr. Whitmore stared at us both in amazement. But why would anyone go to such lengths? I mean, who would care enough about the character of a street artist to devise such an elaborate test? Holmes smiled mysteriously. "That, my dear Mr. Whitmore, is a question I believe will answer itself in due course. For now, I suggest you count your money to ensure it's all there, and perhaps consider whether you've noticed any changes in your circumstances over the past few days." The artist opened his pouch with trembling fingers, counting the coins twice to confirm their number. 4 shillings and 7 pence, he announced with relief. "All accounted for. But as for changes in my circumstances—" He paused, looking puzzled. "Well, there was something odd yesterday. A gentleman, different from the one today, stopped to look at my work and left behind a calling card. Said he might have some work for me, but I haven't had time to follow up on it yet." Holmes and I exchanged glances. "Do you have this card with you?" Holmes asked. Mr. Whitmore produced a small white rectangle from his waistcoat pocket. "Here it is, sir, though I can't imagine what it has to do with today's adventure." Holmes examined the card carefully before passing it to me. The name printed there was Frederick Ashford, and beneath it, in elegant script, were the words Ashford Gallery, Fine Arts and Commissions, established 1847. "Mr. Whitmore," Holmes said with evident pleasure, "I believe your troubles may be about to take a decidedly positive turn. Frederick Ashford is one of London's most respected art dealers, known particularly for his support of emerging talent. If I'm not mistaken, your missing pouch was not the random act of a pickpocket, but the final element in a rather elaborate assessment of your character and dedication." The implications of Holmes's deduction began to dawn on both Mr. Whitmore and myself. Here was a scenario worthy of a fairy tale. A struggling artist, tested unknowingly by a potential patron, his integrity and dedication proven under the most trying circumstances. "You mean to suggest," I said, "that Mr. Ashford arranged for the theft of the pouch in order to observe Mr. Whitmore's reaction?" "I believe that's exactly what occurred, Watson. Consider the timing. Yesterday, Mr. Ashford makes initial contact and observes the quality of Mr. Whitmore's work. Today, an associate, perhaps an employee of the gallery, conducts a more elaborate test of character. The money is taken, the artist's reaction is observed, and when he passes the test admirably, the funds are quietly returned." Mr. Whitmore shook his head in amazement. "If that's true, sir, then I've been judged without even knowing it. The thought is rather unsettling." "Yet also rather flattering," Holmes observed. "Men of Mr. Ashford's stature don't go to such lengths unless they see exceptional potential. I would strongly recommend that you call upon him tomorrow morning." As we prepared to part ways with Mr. Whitmore, who was already discussing plans to visit the Ashford Gallery, I reflected on the afternoon's events. What had begun as a simple walk had evolved into a demonstration of human nature at its most complex. The interplay of observation and deduction, the testing of character under pressure, and the recognition of talent in unlikely circumstances. The light was beginning to fade as Holmes and I made our way back toward Baker Street, the gas lamps flickering to life along our route like a string of amber pearls against the gathering dusk. The street performers were packing up their instruments and folding their easels, the vendors wheeling their carts toward whatever shelters the night might offer. London was settling into its evening rhythm, that peculiar transition time when the day's commercial energies gave way to the quieter pursuits of home and hearth. "A most instructive afternoon," I remarked as we walked. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, though I confess I'm curious to learn whether our deductions prove correct. Mr. Whitmore's visit to the Ashford Gallery tomorrow should provide confirmation. And if you're wrong, then a good man has recovered his property and lost nothing but an hour of anxiety. But if I'm right, Watson, we've witnessed something rather beautiful, the recognition of genuine talent by someone with the means and inclination to nurture it." We continued in comfortable silence for several minutes, each absorbed in his own thoughts. The afternoon's encounters had revealed facets of Holmes's character that I seldom observed during our more dramatic cases. Away from the pressure of criminal investigation and the demands of justice, his deductive abilities took on a gentler cast, becoming tools for understanding rather than mere instruments of revelation. Near the corner of Dorset Street, we encountered the organ grinder, whose instrument had provided hiding place for Mr. Whitmore's pouch. He was a small, weathered man with kind eyes and calloused hands, struggling to maneuver his heavy barrel organ toward whatever evening shelter awaited it. Without hesitation, Holmes stepped forward. "Allow me to assist you with that." Together, they lifted the instrument onto its wheeled cart, and I noticed Holmes examining the space beneath where the organ had stood. When they had finished, the organ grinder touched his cap respectfully. "Much obliged, sir. Not many gentlemen would trouble themselves to help an old musician." Holmes smiled. "Music brings pleasure to many people. Those who create it deserve our respect and assistance when needed." As the man wheeled his organ away, I realized that Holmes had just confirmed his theory about the placement of the pouch. The space beneath the barrel organ was indeed large enough to conceal a small leather bag, and the instrument's position would have provided perfect cover for someone wishing to hide something temporarily. "Satisfied?" I asked. "Completely," Holmes replied, "though I admit I'm already looking forward to tomorrow's newspapers. If I'm correct about Mr. Ashford's intentions, there may well be a small item about a street artist receiving an unexpected commission." The remainder of our walk passed quietly, but it was the comfortable quiet of two friends who had shared an interesting experience. As we climbed the stairs to 221B, the familiar sense of Mrs. Hudson's cooking greeted us, something involving beef and onions, if my nose served me correctly. The prospect of a warm meal and a comfortable evening by the fire seemed particularly appealing after our afternoon of street-level detective work. Mrs. Hudson met us at the landing with her usual combination of maternal concern and practical efficiency. "There you are, gentlemen. I was beginning to wonder if you'd been called away on some urgent business. Dinner will be ready in half an hour." "Nothing urgent, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied, hanging up his coat. "Merely a constitutional that proved more interesting than anticipated." "That's what you said the last time you merely went for a walk, and you came back with evidence in 3 different cases," she observed, with the knowing smile of someone who had long since grown accustomed to the unexpected nature of life at Baker Street. As we settled into our sitting room, Holmes in his favourite chair, and I in mine, I found myself reflecting on the nature of observation and deduction as demonstrated in our afternoon's adventure. Away from the dramatic urgencies of murder and theft, Holmes's methods had revealed themselves as fundamentally tools for understanding human nature, for seeing past the surface of daily life to the deeper currents of motivation, character, and circumstance that drive people's actions. The gas lamps were now fully lit outside our windows, casting their warm glow across the familiar chaos of our sitting room. Holmes's chemical apparatus on the side table, my medical bag by the door, the inevitable stack of case files that seemed to reproduce themselves whenever we weren't watching. It was a scene of comfortable disorder that had become as familiar to me as my own reflection. Holmes had taken up his pipe and was gazing thoughtfully into the fire, that distant look in his eyes that indicated his mind was still processing the day's observations. I knew better than to interrupt these moments of contemplation. They were as essential to his method as the more active phases of investigation and deduction. "Watson," he said finally, breaking the comfortable silence, "what did you make of young Timothy's observations about the walking stick?" I considered the question carefully. During our afternoon's investigation, the crossing sweeper's testimony about the change sound of the gentleman's walking stick had seemed significant, though I hadn't fully grasped its implications at the time. The difference in sound, from a crisp tap to a duller thunk, suggests the stick was being used differently on the second pass, I replied, perhaps carrying additional weight, or being held in a modified grip to accommodate something else in the hand. Precisely. And what might a gentleman carry in his hand while walking that would alter his use of a walking stick? The answer came to me with sudden clarity. The leather pouch. He had taken it from Mr. Whitmore's work area and was carrying it as he walked toward the park. When he returned, having decided to replace it beneath the barrel organ, the pouch in his hand forced him to adjust his grip on the walking stick, hence the different sound. Holmes nodded with satisfaction. An excellent deduction. It demonstrates not only that our theory is correct, but also that the gentleman, Mr. Ashford's associate, as I believe him to be, had every intention of returning the money from the moment he took it. The entire exercise was indeed a test of character rather than simple theft. He was a small, weathered man with kind eyes and calloused hands, struggling to maneuver his heavy barrel organ toward whatever evening shelter awaited it. Without hesitation, Holmes stepped forward. "Allow me to assist you with that." Together, they lifted the instrument onto its wheeled cart, and I noticed Holmes examining the space beneath where the organ had stood. When they had finished, the organ grinder touched his cap respectfully. "Much obliged, sir. Not many gentlemen would trouble themselves to help an old musician." Holmes smiled. "Music brings pleasure to many people. Those who create it deserve our respect and assistance when needed." As the man wheeled his organ away, I realized that Holmes had just confirmed his theory about the placement of the pouch. The space beneath the barrel organ was indeed large enough to conceal a small leather bag, and the instrument's position would have provided perfect cover for someone wishing to hide something temporarily. "Satisfied?" I asked. "Completely," Holmes replied, "though I admit I'm already looking forward to tomorrow's newspapers. If I'm correct about Mr. Ashford's intentions, there may well be a small item about a street artist receiving an unexpected commission." The remainder of our walk passed quietly, but it was the comfortable quiet of two friends who had shared an interesting experience. As we climbed the stairs to 221B, the familiar sense of Mrs. Hudson's cooking greeted us. Something involving beef and onions, if my nose served me correctly. The prospect of a warm meal and a comfortable evening by the fire seemed particularly appealing after our afternoon of street-level detective work. Mrs. Hudson met us at the landing with her usual combination of maternal concern and practical efficiency. "There you are, gentlemen. I was beginning to wonder if you'd been called away on some urgent business. Dinner will be ready in half an hour." "Nothing urgent, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied, hanging up his coat. "Merely a constitutional that proved more interesting than anticipated." "That's what you said, The last time you merely went for a walk, and you came back with evidence in 3 different cases, she observed, with the knowing smile of someone who had long since grown accustomed to the unexpected nature of life at Baker Street. As we settled into our sitting room, Holmes in his favourite chair, and I in mine, I found myself reflecting on the nature of observation and deduction, as demonstrated in our afternoon's adventure. Away from the dramatic urgencies of murder and theft, Holmes's methods had revealed themselves as fundamentally tools for understanding human nature, for seeing past the surface of daily life to the deeper currents of motivation, character, and circumstance that drive people's actions. The gas lamps were now fully lit outside our windows, casting their warm glow across the familiar chaos of our sitting room. Holmes's chemical apparatus on the side table, my medical bag by the door, the inevitable stack of case files that seemed to reproduce themselves whenever we weren't watching. It was a scene of comfortable disorder that had become as familiar to me as my own reflection. Holmes had taken up his pipe and was gazing thoughtfully into the fire. That distant look in his eyes that indicated his mind was still processing the day's observations. I knew better than to interrupt these moments of contemplation. They were as essential to his method as the more active phases of investigation and deduction. "Watson," he said finally, breaking the comfortable silence, "what did you make of young Timothy's observations about the walking stick?" I considered the question carefully. During our afternoon's investigation, the crossing sweeper's testimony about the changed sound of the gentleman's walking stick had seemed significant, though I hadn't fully grasped its implications at the time. The difference in sound, from a crisp tap to a duller thunk, suggests the stick was being used differently on the second pass, I replied, perhaps carrying additional weight, or being held in a modified grip to accommodate something else in the hand. Precisely. And what might a gentleman carry in his hand while walking that would alter his use of a walking stick? The answer came to me with sudden clarity. The leather pouch. He had taken it from Mr. Whitmore's work area and was carrying it as he walked toward the park. When he returned, having decided to replace it beneath the barrel organ, the pouch in his hand forced him to adjust his grip on the walking stick, hence the different sound. Holmes nodded with satisfaction. An excellent deduction. It demonstrates not only that our theory is correct, but also that the gentleman, Mr. Ashford's associate, as I believe him to be, had every intention of returning the money from the moment he took it. The entire exercise was indeed a test of character rather than simple theft. Absolutely. The key is knowing when to look and what to look for. This afternoon, for instance, our casual observations led to insights that may significantly improve at least one person's life circumstances. That seems a worthy use of whatever small talents we possess. The clock in the hallway chimed 10 o'clock, and I realized that our simple afternoon walk had evolved into something much richer, a meditation on human nature, artistic talent, and the unexpected connections that can form between strangers in the course of ordinary life. I find myself hoping, I admitted, that tomorrow's newspapers will indeed carry news of Mr. Whitmore's good fortune. It would be satisfying to know that our deductions were correct, and that genuine talent has been recognized and rewarded. Holmes smiled, As do I, Watson. Though I confess I'm equally curious to learn how Mr. Ashford's assessment process typically concludes. The elaborate character test we witnessed today suggests a man who takes his patronage responsibilities seriously. Someone who understands that supporting an artist involves more than simply purchasing their work. As we prepared to retire for the evening, I found myself reflecting on the different forms of mystery we had encountered over the years of our partnership. There had been locked rooms and midnight murders, stolen treasures and international conspiracies, poisoned chalices and coded messages. Yet today's simple puzzle of a missing coin pouch had proven equally engaging in its own way, requiring the same careful observation and logical deduction as any of our more dramatic cases. Perhaps that was the true measure of Holmes's genius, not just his ability to solve complex crimes, but his recognition that every human interaction contained elements worthy of careful study. Whether dealing with Scotland Yard's most baffling cases, or helping a street artist recover his daily earnings, he brought the same quality of attention and respect for the truth. The next morning dawned clear and bright, a welcome change from the previous day's persistent greyness. Holmes was already dressed and reading the morning papers when I came down to breakfast, and I could see from his expression that he had found something of interest. "Any news of our artist friend?" I asked, joining him at the breakfast table. "Not yet," Holmes replied, "though it's still early. However, there is this small item in the Times that may be of interest." He folded the paper and passed it to me, indicating a brief paragraph near the bottom of the page. The item was indeed small, but its content was significant. The Ashford Gallery announces the upcoming exhibition London Streets, Character Studies in Daily Life, featuring the work of several emerging artists whose talent has been identified through the gallery's innovative discovery program. The exhibition will open next month and will focus on authentic portrayals of working-class life in the metropolis. I looked up at Holmes with excitement. "Do you think?" "I think, Watson, that Mr. Ashford's interest in street artists may be more systematic than we initially realized. If I'm correct, Mr. Whitmore's experience yesterday was part of a larger program designed to identify and support authentic artistic talent wherever it may be found." The implications of this discovery were fascinating. Rather than a single act of patronage, we had apparently stumbled upon an organized effort to seek out and nurture artistic ability among London's working classes. It was a remarkably progressive approach for the times, and one that spoke well of Mr. Ashford's character and vision. "I think," I said, finishing my coffee, "that this calls for another walk. Perhaps we might happen to pass by Mr. Whitmore's usual location and see how his morning has progressed." Holmes grinned. "An excellent suggestion. After all, we did promise ourselves a constitutional, and yesterday's was cut rather short by detective work." Half an hour later, we were once again walking down Baker Street, this time in brilliant autumn sunshine that transformed the familiar thoroughfare into something almost festive. The same vendors were at their posts, the same street performers were setting up their pitches, but everything seemed somehow more hopeful in the clear morning light. As we approached the corner where Mr. Whitmore typically worked, we could see that something had indeed changed. Instead of his usual solitary presence, there was a small crowd gathered around his pitch. Not the casual observers who might pause briefly to admire his chalk art. but people who appeared to be engaged in serious conversation with the artist himself. As we drew closer, I could see Mr. Whitmore in animated discussion with a well-dressed gentleman who could only be Frederick Ashford himself. The gallery owner was a man of perhaps 50, with the kind of refined appearance that spoke of education and prosperity, but also with an enthusiasm and energy that suggested genuine passion for his work, rather than mere commercial interest. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Mr. Whitmore called out, as he spotted us approaching. "Perfect timing, gentlemen. I'd like you to meet Mr. Frederick Ashford." The gallery owner turned toward us with evident interest. "Ah, the famous detective and his colleague. Mr. Whitmore has been telling me about your assistants yesterday evening. Most impressive deductive work, from what I understand." Holmes inclined his head politely. "We were happy to help recover Mr. Whitmore's property." I trust the resolution proved satisfactory. Mr. Ashford's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Indeed it did, though I suspect you've already deduced the true nature of yesterday's events." "I had formed certain theories," Holmes admitted. "The elaborate nature of the test, combined with the careful return of the property, suggested something more sophisticated than common theft." "Quite right. I've been developing a program to identify genuine artistic talent among London's street artists and working-class communities. It's not enough simply to look at their work. Anyone can copy techniques or produce pleasing images. What matters is the character behind the art, the dedication, the integrity, the willingness to maintain standards even under pressure." Mr. Ashford went on to explain his assessment process, which proved to be even more elaborate than Holmes had theorized. Potential artists were first observed informally over several days to gauge the consistency of their work and their interactions with the public. Those who showed promise were then subjected to the kind of character test Mr. Whitmore had unknowingly undergone, a deliberately stressful situation designed to reveal their true nature under pressure. Mr. Whitmore's response was exemplary, Mr. Ashford continued, despite his obvious distress about the missing money. He continued to perfect his work, maintained his dignity, and showed remarkable composure throughout the ordeal. These are the qualities that distinguish a true artist from someone who merely possesses technical skill. Mr. Whitmore beamed with pride and satisfaction. "Mr. Ashford has offered me a position in his upcoming exhibition, with the possibility of regular commissions if the work proves successful. It's more than I dared hope for, gentlemen." "And well deserved," I said warmly. "Your dedication to your craft was evident even to a casual observer." As we congratulated Mr. Whitmore on his good fortune, I found myself thinking about Miss Hartwell, the governess we had encountered the previous day. Her artistic eye and keen observations had impressed Holmes considerably, and I wondered whether she might benefit from Mr. Ashford's patronage program as well. "Mr. Ashford," I ventured, "your program sounds remarkably comprehensive. Do you consider only professional street artists? Or might you be interested in other individuals with artistic talent who are constrained by their circumstances?" The gallery owner's expression grew interested. "I'm always open to discovering talent wherever it might be found. Did you have someone particular in mind?" I described our encounter with Miss Hartwell, emphasizing her evident skill in observation and her understanding of how personality revealed itself through physical expression. Mr. Ashford listened with growing attention, particularly when I mentioned her interest in capturing character and drama rather than conventional pretty subjects. "She sounds like exactly the sort of artist I'm hoping to find," he said when I had finished. "Someone who sees beyond surface appearances to the deeper truths of human nature. Would it be possible to arrange an introduction?" Holmes and I exchanged glances of satisfaction. "I believe we could manage that," Holmes said. "Miss Hartwell mentioned that her duties as a governess allow her some free time in the afternoons. Perhaps she might be persuaded to bring some of her sketch work for your review." What followed was the arrangement of what would prove to be another life-changing encounter. Mr. Ashford agreed to be at Mr. Whitmore's pitch the following afternoon at 3 o'clock, while Holmes and I undertook to locate Miss Hartwell and extend the invitation. It was a plan that seemed to offer benefit to all parties involved, while providing us with the satisfaction of having facilitated a potentially important artistic discovery. As we prepared to take our leave, Mr. Ashford turned to Holmes with obvious respect and gratitude. "Mr. Holmes, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance in this matter. Your deductive abilities helped resolve what could have been a most unfortunate misunderstanding, and your insights into character and motivation have proven invaluable." Holmes waved away the praise with characteristic modesty. "The pleasure was entirely ours, Mr. Ashford. It's gratifying to see talent recognized and supported, regardless of the social circumstances in which it's found." As we walked away from the scene of Mr. Whitmore's triumph, I found myself marvelling at the unexpected developments that had grown from our simple afternoon constitutional. What had begun as a casual walk had evolved into a demonstration of human nature at its finest. Artistic talent persevering despite economic hardship, patronage offered with wisdom and discrimination, and the recognition that genuine ability transcends conventional social boundaries. "A most satisfactory conclusion," I remarked to Holmes as we made our way back toward Baker Street. "Indeed," he replied, "though I suspect the story is far from over. Miss Hartwell's introduction to Mr. Ashford may prove equally fruitful, and I find myself curious about the other artists who have been, or will be, discovered through his program." The remainder of our morning was spent in the comfortable routine of domestic life. Holmes attending to his correspondence, I reviewing medical journals, both of us enjoying the quiet satisfaction that comes from problems well solved and good deeds accomplished. It struck me that these peaceful interludes were as valuable as our more dramatic adventures, moments when the machinery of justice and human decency operated smoothly, producing outcomes that improved lives without requiring headlines or public recognition. Around noon, we received an unexpected visitor. Mrs. Hudson announced the arrival of Miss Emily Hartwell, the governess we had encountered during our previous day's walk. She appeared somewhat nervous, but determined, carrying a small portfolio that undoubtedly contained examples of her artistic work. "Gentlemen," she said after Mrs. Hudson had shown her up to our sitting room, "I hope you'll forgive the presumption of calling upon you without appointment. But I've been thinking about our conversation yesterday, and I wondered, that is, I hoped you might be willing to offer some advice about pursuing artistic endeavors while maintaining one's professional obligations." Holmes and I exchanged glances of pleased surprise. Miss Hartwell's arrival provided the perfect opportunity to propose Mr. Ashford's invitation without the need for us to seek her out. "Miss Hartwell," Holmes said warmly, "your timing is remarkable. We were just discussing a matter that might be of considerable interest to you. Please, do sit down and tell us more about your artistic work." What followed was a revelation. Miss Hartwell's portfolio contained sketches that demonstrated not only technical skill, but also the kind of insightful character observation that Mr. Ashford valued so highly. Her drawings captured the essence of her subjects: a street vendor's weary dignity, a child's innocent curiosity, an elderly woman's quiet wisdom, with a few economical lines that spoke to genuine artistic vision. "These are extraordinary," I said, with complete sincerity. "You have a remarkable gift for seeing and capturing the essential character of your subjects." Miss Hartwell flushed with pleasure. "Thank you, Dr. Watson. It's what interests me most about art. Not just reproducing what something looks like, but understanding what it means, if that makes sense." "Perfect sense," Holmes assured her. "And it brings me to the matter we mentioned. Are you by any chance free this afternoon around 3 o'clock? When Miss Hartwell confirmed that she was, Holmes explained about Mr. Ashford's gallery and his program for discovering and supporting artistic talent. Her eyes grew wide with amazement and excitement as he described the opportunity that awaited her. "But surely," she said when he had finished, "a man of Mr. Ashford's stature wouldn't be interested in the work of an amateur governess." "Miss Hartwell," I said firmly, "genuine talent is rare and precious, regardless of the circumstances in which it's found. Mr. Ashford understands this, which is why his program exists. Your work deserves to be seen and appreciated by someone with the knowledge and means to nurture it properly." The transformation in Miss Hartwell's demeanour was remarkable to witness. The apologetic uncertainty that had characterized her manner the previous day gave way to a quiet confidence that spoke to the strength of character beneath her modest exterior. Here was someone who had been waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity, even if she hadn't dared to hope for it openly. "Yes," she said finally. "Yes, I would very much like to meet Mr. Ashford. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you both so much." As Miss Hartwell prepared to leave, she needed time to select her best work for the afternoon meeting. I found myself reflecting on the extraordinary chain of events that had begun with Holmes's simple suggestion of a walk for observation's sake. In less than 24 hours, we had helped resolve a street artist's crisis, facilitated his introduction to an important patron, and now arranged for a talented governess to receive the recognition her work deserved. "Holmes," I said after Miss Hartwell had departed, "I'm beginning to think your afternoon constitutionals are more productive than many of our official cases." He laughed. "Perhaps that's because we approached today's problems without the pressure of criminal urgency or professional obligation. Sometimes the most profound discoveries come when we're simply open to observing what the world has to show us." The afternoon appointment proved every bit as successful as we had hoped. Mr. Ashford was clearly impressed by Miss Hartwell's work, particularly her character studies and her ability to capture personality through physical expression. By the time Holmes and I arrived to observe the conclusion of their meeting, arrangements had been made for Miss Hartwell to contribute several pieces to the upcoming London Streets exhibition, with the possibility of future commissions if her work proved successful with the gallery's clientele. Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Ashford said as we joined the group, you have helped me discover 2 genuinely gifted artists in the space of 2 days. I'm beginning to think I should consult with you regularly about talent assessment. We were merely fortunate enough to encounter these individuals during our daily activities, Holmes replied. The credit belongs entirely to Mr. Whitmore and Miss Hartwell for developing and maintaining their artistic abilities despite difficult circumstances. As the afternoon drew to a close and we prepared to part ways with our new acquaintances, I found myself filled with a sense of satisfaction that was different from the feeling that typically followed the solution of a criminal case. There had been no villain to apprehend, no justice to serve in the conventional sense, yet the day's events had resulted in a kind of justice nonetheless. The recognition and reward of genuine merit, the opening of opportunities for talented individuals who might otherwise have remained unknown. Walking back to Baker Street in the golden light of late afternoon, Holmes and I maintained a comfortable silence that spoke to our mutual satisfaction with the day's developments. The street performers were once again packing up their instruments, the vendors preparing to wheel their carts toward evening shelter. But today the routine activities seemed charged with additional meaning. How many other talents might be hidden among these daily scenes? How many stories of struggle and aspiration were playing out behind the familiar facades of ordinary life? Watson, Holmes said as we climbed the stairs to 221B, I've been thinking about the nature of observation and its relationship to human understanding. I waited for him to continue, recognizing the thoughtful tone that indicated he was working through some complex idea. We speak often of deduction as a tool for solving crimes and uncovering hidden truths, he went on. But today's events suggest that the same observational skills can serve a different purpose entirely, not to expose what people wish to hide, but to recognize and validate what they hope to reveal. It was a profound observation, and one that highlighted an aspect of Holmes's abilities I had not fully appreciated before. His remarkable powers of observation could indeed serve different purposes depending on the context and intent behind their application. In criminal cases, those powers penetrated disguises and revealed guilty secrets. But in today's encounters, they had been used to recognize hidden virtues and unacknowledged talents. In less than 24 hours, we had helped resolve a street artist's crisis, facilitated his introduction to an important patron, and now arranged for a talented governess to receive the recognition her work deserved. Holmes, I said after Miss Hartwell had departed, I'm beginning to think your afternoon constitutionals are more productive than many of our official cases. He laughed. Perhaps that's because we approach today's problems without the pressure of criminal urgency or professional obligation. Sometimes the most profound discoveries come when we're simply open to observing what the world has to show us. The afternoon appointment proved every bit as successful as we had hoped. Mr. Ashford was clearly impressed by Miss Hartwell's work, particularly her character studies and her ability to capture personality through physical expression. By the time Holmes and I arrived to observe the conclusion of their meeting, arrangements had been made for Miss Hartwell to contribute several pieces to the upcoming London streets exhibition, with the possibility of future commissions if her work proved successful with the gallery's clientele. Yet, perhaps the most significant discovery had been the recognition that Holmes's extraordinary abilities could serve not only justice in its punitive sense, but also justice in its more expansive meaning. The recognition of merit, the matching of talent with opportunity, the creation of conditions that allowed human potential to flourish. As I write these words now, several weeks after the events I have described, I'm pleased to report that both Mr. Whitmore and Miss Hartwell have thrived under Mr. Ashford's patronage. The London Streets exhibition was a considerable success, with both artists receiving favourable critical attention and several commissions for future work. More importantly, they have found in Mr. Ashford not just a patron, but a mentor who understands the delicate balance between supporting artistic development and allowing creative independence. Holmes and I have made it a point to visit the exhibition, where we had the pleasure of seeing Mr. Whitmore's street scenes and Miss Hartwell's character studies displayed alongside the work of several other artists discovered through Mr. Ashford's innovative program. The quality and authenticity of the work was remarkable, representing, as it did, not just technical skill, but genuine insight into the lives and experiences of ordinary Londoners. "You know, Watson," Holmes said as we stood before one of Miss Hartwell's portraits, a study of an elderly flower seller that captured both the woman's dignity and the weariness of her daily struggle. "I think we may have learned something important about the nature of detection itself." "How so?" We typically think of detection as the process of uncovering what has been hidden or disguised. But perhaps the most important discoveries are those that reveal what has been overlooked or undervalued. The greatest mysteries may not be those involving crime and deception, but those involving unrecognized talent and unrealized potential. It was a characteristically insightful observation, and one that has stayed with me as I have reflected on our afternoon's adventure. In a world that often seems focused on scandal and sensationalism, there is something deeply satisfying about using one's abilities to recognize and nurture the best in human nature, rather than merely exposing the worst. The fire has burned low as I write these final lines, and the sounds of London settling into sleep drift through our windows. The distant clatter of late hansom cabs, the call of the night watchman, the soft settling sounds of a great city preparing for rest. Tomorrow will bring new cases, new challenges, new opportunities to apply our methods in service of truth and justice. But tonight, I am content to remember an afternoon when those methods served a different but equally important purpose, revealing the hidden talents and unacknowledged virtues that exist all around us, waiting only for the right kind of observation to bring them into the light. Perhaps that is the greatest lesson of our simple constitutional down Baker Street, that the most profound mysteries are not always those that involve crime and punishment, but those that involve human potential and the recognition of worth in unexpected places. It is a lesson I shall carry with me as we continue our partnership, a reminder that the tools of detection can serve not only to solve puzzles and catch criminals, but also to discover the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary, the remarkable concealed within the mundane. And if that is not a worthy use of whatever small talents we possess, then I cannot imagine what would be. As I close this journal entry and prepared to join Holmes by the dying fire for a final pipe before retiring. I find myself grateful not only for the day's successful outcomes, but for the reminder that observation, properly applied, can be an act of compassion as much as investigation. In recognizing Mr. Whitmore's dedication and Miss Hartwell's talent, we participated in that most human of activities, seeing others clearly enough to appreciate their true worth. The greatest detection, perhaps, is not the solving of crimes, but the discovery of the good that exists in the world around us, often hidden in plain sight, waiting only for eyes wise enough to see and hearts generous enough to acknowledge what they have found. It has been, in every sense, a most illuminating stroll down Baker Street. Yet, as I sit here now, pen in hand, I realize that my account of that remarkable afternoon has only touched upon the surface of what transpired. The events I have described, the missing coin pouch, the discovery of artistic talent, the connections forged between patron and artist, were but the visible manifestations of deeper currents that run through the fabric of London life. To truly understand the significance of our constitutional, I must delve further into the observations and reflections that have continued to occupy my thoughts in the weeks since. The morning after our visit to the Ashford Gallery exhibition, Holmes surprised me by suggesting another walk, this time with a more specific destination in mind. He had, he explained, been thinking about the systematic nature of Mr. Ashford's talent discovery program, and he was curious to observe other street artists who might be operating under similar circumstances to those we had encountered with Mr. Whitmore. "Watson," he said as we prepared to depart, "yesterday's success has made me realize how much artistic talent may be hidden in plain sight throughout London. If Mr. Ashford has developed a methodical approach to identifying such individuals, it suggests that the need is far greater than any single patron could address." This observation proved to be remarkably prescient. Our walk that morning took us through areas of London I rarely visited in the course of our usual activities. The narrow streets around Covent Garden, the bustling thoroughfares near the docks, the quieter residential areas where working families made their homes. In each location, Holmes's trained eye identified artists and craftspeople whose work displayed the same qualities of dedication and skill we had observed in Mr. Whitmore. Near the flower market in Covent Garden, we encountered a young man creating intricate paper sculptures from discarded newspapers and handbills. His work was extraordinary. Delicate birds and flowers that seemed to possess life and movement, despite being crafted from the most mundane materials. Yet he worked with the furtive haste of someone who expected to be moved along by the authorities at any moment. "Remarkable technique," Holmes observed, approaching the young sculptor with his characteristic directness. "You've mastered the art of creating structural integrity from inherently fragile materials. That requires both technical skill and genuine understanding of form and balance." The young man, who introduced himself as Peter Caldwell, looked up with surprise and wariness. "Just making a bit of decoration, sir." "Nothing fancy?" But Holmes's expert eye had already catalogued the evidence of serious artistic training. "Your hands show the calluses of someone who's worked extensively with finer tools than newspaper. Wood carving tools, I would guess, and possibly stone-cutting implements. Your understanding of proportion and your ability to visualize three-dimensional forms suggests formal training. Yet here you are, working with materials that cost nothing. May I ask what circumstances led you to this particular medium? What emerged from our conversation with Peter was a story that illuminated the economic realities facing many young artists in London. He had indeed received formal training at one of the city's art schools, but family financial difficulties had forced him to leave before completing his studies. Traditional sculpture required expensive materials and studio space that were beyond his means, so he had turned to newspaper and other discarded materials as a way to continue developing his skills while earning a few coins from appreciative passers-by. The thing is, Peter explained as he worked, his fingers moving with practiced precision, people see newspaper sculpture as a curiosity, a bit of clever entertainment. They don't recognize it as serious art, even when the technique and vision behind it are every bit as sophisticated as work done in marble or bronze. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. Yet surely the artistic merit lies in the conception and execution rather than in the monetary value of the materials. Exactly, sir. But try explaining that to a potential patron or gallery owner. They see the medium and make assumptions about the worth of the work. This conversation planted the seeds of an idea that would preoccupy Holmes for the remainder of our walk. As we continued through the streets, encountering more examples of artistic talent constrained by economic and social circumstances, he began to develop what he would later describe as a theoretical framework for the systematic identification and support of overlooked artistic merit. Near the Thames, we discovered a woman creating remarkable portraits using nothing but charcoal and the reverse sides of old advertising posters. Her subjects were the dock workers, street vendors, and other working people of the area, and her ability to capture not just their physical likeness, but the essence of their character and circumstances was truly extraordinary. Mrs. Catherine Morrison, she introduced herself when Holmes inquired about her work. Been drawing since I was a girl, though I never had proper training like the fine ladies who attend the art academies. Yet her work displayed an understanding of human psychology and an ability to translate emotion into visual form that would have been the envy of many formally trained portraitists. Holmes spent considerable time examining her drawings, asking detailed questions about her techniques and her approach to capturing personality through facial expression and body language. "You have an exceptional gift," he told her finally. "Your understanding of human nature rivals that of any artist I've encountered, regardless of their formal credentials." Mrs. Morrison flushed with pleasure. "That's kind of you to say, sir, though I doubt the fine art world would agree with your assessment." "The fine art world," Holmes replied with some asperity, "has been known to overlook merit when it appears in unexpected forms, or from unexpected sources. That doesn't diminish the quality of the work itself." As we walked away from Mrs. Morrison's impromptu portrait studio, I found myself reflecting on the patterns Holmes had been identifying throughout our morning's observations. Here were individuals of genuine artistic ability who had been marginalized, not because their work lacked quality, but because it didn't conform to conventional expectations about what constituted serious art, or who could be considered a serious artist. "Or Holmes," I said, as we paused to rest on a bench overlooking the Thames. I'm beginning to see why Mr. Ashford's program represents such an important innovation. It's not just about discovering talent. It's about recognizing that talent can manifest in forms and circumstances that traditional art institutions might overlook or dismiss. Precisely, Watson. And it raises intriguing questions about how many other fields might benefit from similar systematic approaches to identifying overlooked merit. Consider your own medical profession. How many potential healers might be dismissed because they lack formal credentials, despite possessing intuitive understanding of human health and well-being? This observation sparked a lengthy discussion about the relationship between formal training and natural ability, and the ways in which social and economic barriers could prevent talented individuals from receiving recognition or support. Holmes, with his characteristic precision, began to outline what he called the sociology of unrecognized merit, a theoretical framework for understanding how systemic factors could obscure or devalue genuine ability. Take Mrs. Morrison, for instance, he said as we watched the river traffic move past us. Her work demonstrates sophisticated understanding of human psychology, technical skill in rendering, and artistic vision that transforms ordinary subjects into compelling portraits. Yet, because she's a working-class woman using improvised materials, her art is likely to be dismissed as amateur dabbling, rather than recognized as the serious artistic expression it clearly represents. The depth of Holmes's analysis surprised me, revealing an aspect of his thinking that went far beyond the detection of crimes or the solution of puzzles. Here was a mind capable of applying its analytical powers to questions of social justice and human potential, recognizing patterns of overlooked merit and systematic exclusion that operated on a societal level. Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a small street child who approached our bench with the mixture of boldness and caution that characterized London's urban orphans. The boy, perhaps 10 years old, with the sharp intelligence that comes from having to survive by one's wits, had been observing us for several minutes before working up the courage to approach. "Begging your pardon, gentlemen," he said with careful politeness, "but I couldn't help overhearing your conversation about artists and such. If you're interested in seeing real talent, there's someone you ought to meet." Holmes's eyebrows rose with interest. "Indeed. And who might that be?" "Old Sarah, sir. Lives in the warehouse district near Bermondsey. Creates the most amazing things from bits of metal and glass she finds in the rubbish heaps. Not many folks appreciate her work, but to those of us who know her, well, we think she's something special." The boy's recommendation proved to be another revelation. Following his directions, we made our way to a converted warehouse, where we discovered Sarah Blackwood, a woman of perhaps 60 whose workshop was a marvel of organized chaos. Every available surface was covered with sculptures created from industrial waste, twisted metal, broken glass, discarded machinery parts, transformed into objects of surprising beauty and complexity. "Started this after my husband died," she explained, gesturing around her remarkable workspace. "He was a metal worker, left me with a fair bit of equipment and knowledge. Couldn't bear to see all these useful materials going to waste, so I began experimenting with ways to give them new life." Her sculptures were unlike anything I had ever seen, abstract forms that somehow conveyed powerful emotional content, industrial materials transformed into objects that spoke to the human condition with startling eloquence. Here was an artist who had found a way to create profound beauty from the detritus of urban life. Yet, her work was known only to a small circle of local residents who had stumbled upon her workshop. Holmes spent nearly an hour examining Sarah's creations, asking detailed questions about her processes and her artistic philosophy. What emerged from this conversation was evidence of a sophisticated artistic mind that had developed its own aesthetic theories and technical innovations through years of experimental work. You've essentially created an entirely new sculptural vocabulary, he told her with genuine admiration. Your use of industrial materials isn't simply a matter of economic necessity. It's a conscious artistic choice that creates meaning through the transformation of discarded objects into expressive forms. Sarah's eyes brightened with the recognition that here was someone who truly understood what she was attempting to achieve. That's exactly it, sir. These materials carry their own history, their own story of use and abandonment. When I work with them, I'm not just creating something new. I'm giving voice to things that have been forgotten or cast aside. The philosophical depth of this conversation stayed with me long after we had left Sarah's workshop. Here was an artist who had not only developed remarkable technical skills, but had also articulated a coherent aesthetic philosophy that challenged conventional notions about the relationship between materials, meaning, and artistic value. As we made our way back toward Baker Street, Holmes was unusually quiet, clearly processing the day's observations and their broader implications. When he finally spoke, it was with the measured tone that indicated he had reached some significant conclusion. "Watson," he said as we walked, "today's encounters have convinced me that we've stumbled upon something far more significant than a few isolated examples of overlooked talent. We've identified what appears to be a systematic pattern of artistic merit that exists entirely outside the conventional structures of recognition and support." "You mean there's an entire shadow art world operating in London?" "I believe there is. A network of individuals who have developed genuine artistic abilities despite lacking access to formal training, expensive materials, or social connections that might provide entry into established art circles. They create remarkable work, support and inspire each other, and maintain artistic standards that often exceed those found in more privileged circles." This insight would prove to be one of the most important discoveries of our extended constitutional. Over the following weeks, Holmes and I made it a practice to spend our afternoon walks exploring different areas of London, always with an eye toward identifying and documenting examples of this hidden artistic community. What we found exceeded even Holmes's analytical projections. In the textile districts, we discovered women who created intricate tapestries from fabric scraps discarded by commercial manufacturers. Near the railway yards, we encountered men who had learned to create detailed mechanical sculptures from broken engine parts. In the markets, we found vendors who had elevated the arrangement of their wares into genuine aesthetic expression. Each discovery added to our understanding of how artistic creativity manifests itself when formal support systems are absent. These artists had developed their own techniques, their own aesthetic theories, their own methods of sharing knowledge and encouraging innovation. They formed an informal but genuine artistic community that operated according to principles of mutual support and creative experimentation. Perhaps most remarkably, the quality of their work often surpassed that of artists who enjoyed conventional recognition and support. Freed from commercial pressures and academic conventions, these individuals had been able to pursue pure artistic expression, developing unique voices and innovative approaches that would have been difficult to achieve within more structured environments. It's rather like discovering a parallel civilization, I observed to Holmes after one particularly productive afternoon of exploration, complete with its own culture, values, and systems of excellence. An apt comparison, Watson, and it raises fascinating questions about the relationship between official recognition and actual merit. How many of history's most celebrated artists might have been surpassed by contemporaries who simply lacked access to patronage and publicity? This philosophical inquiry led Holmes to develop what he called the theory of distributed genius. The idea that exceptional ability is far more common than generally recognized, but that social and economic factors create artificial scarcity by limiting opportunities for development and recognition. Consider the mathematical improbability, he said during one of our evening discussions. Are we to believe that artistic genius is naturally more common among the wealthy and educated classes? Or is it more likely that talent is distributed relatively equally across all segments of society, but that only certain groups have the resources and opportunities to develop and display their abilities? The implications of this theory extended far beyond questions of artistic merit. If exceptional ability was indeed more widely distributed than commonly assumed, it suggested that society was systematically failing to identify, nurture vast reserves of human potential. The economic and social costs of this failure, in terms of innovations not developed, problems not solved, and contributions not made, were staggering to contemplate. Our investigation of London's hidden artistic community also revealed the complex informal networks through which these individuals supported each other's work. Street children like the boy who had directed us to Sarah's workshop served as informal scouts, identifying new talent and facilitating connections between artists with complementary skills or interests. We discovered gathering places where artists met to share techniques, critique each other's work, and provide emotional support during periods of discouragement. These informal salons operated in tavern back rooms, abandoned warehouses, and even public spaces like parks and market squares, creating temporary communities, united by shared commitment to artistic expression. It's rather remarkable, I noted, after attending one such gathering, how they've managed to recreate many of the functions of formal art institutions without any official structure or financial resources. Indeed, Holmes agreed, they've developed their own systems of apprenticeship, criticism, and mutual support. In many ways, their approach may be more effective than formal institutions because it's based purely on merit and mutual respect, rather than social position or economic advantage. These observations led to what would become one of the most significant outcomes of our extended constitutional, a detailed report that Holmes prepared documenting the scope and quality of London's hidden artistic community. The report, which ran to nearly 50 pages, included specific examples of outstanding work, analysis of the social and economic factors that kept these artists marginalized, and recommendations for systematic approaches to identifying and supporting overlooked talent. Holmes initially intended the report for his own files, but I persuaded him that the information was too valuable to remain private. With his permission, I shared excerpts with several influential individuals, including Mr. Ashford, who was fascinated by the documentation of artistic talent operating outside conventional channels. The response was immediate and gratifying. Mr. Ashford not only incorporated Holmes's findings into his own talent discovery program, but also shared the information with colleagues in other cities, leading to the establishment of similar programs in Manchester, Birmingham, and Edinburgh. More significantly, several wealthy philanthropists became interested in supporting the kind of systematic talent identification that Holmes had outlined. Within 6 months of our original constitutional Down Baker Street, a formal organisation, the London Society for the Recognition of Artistic Merit, had been established with the specific mission of identifying and supporting talented individuals who lacked access to conventional artistic institutions. The Society's work has continued to expand in the years since, discovering hundreds of previously unknown artists and helping them gain recognition and support for their work. Many of the individuals we encountered during our walks have gone on to achieve considerable success. While the methodical approach pioneered by Mr. Ashford has been adopted by galleries and cultural institutions throughout the empire, yet perhaps the most lasting impact of our extended constitutional has been the way it changed my own understanding of observation and its relationship to human potential. Working alongside Holmes, I learned to see past surface appearances to the deeper currents of talent and ability that flow through all levels of society. This enhanced observational ability has proved invaluable in my medical practice, helping me identify healing potential in patients who might otherwise be dismissed as hopeless cases. It has also enriched my personal relationships, enabling me to recognize and encourage abilities in friends and acquaintances that might otherwise go unnoticed and undeveloped. Most importantly, it has given me a profound appreciation for the hidden resources of human talent that exist in every community, waiting only for the right kind of recognition and support to flourish. The missing coin pouch that initially captured our attention was ultimately insignificant compared to the wealth of human potential we discovered during our search for its owner. As I near the end of this extended journal entry, I find myself reflecting on the broader lessons that emerge from our Baker Street Constitutional and its aftermath. What began as a simple afternoon walk evolved into an exploration of human nature, social justice, and the responsibility that comes with the ability to see clearly. Holmes's deductive methods, applied with compassion and wisdom, proved capable of revealing not just hidden crimes, but hidden virtues, not just concealed guilt, but concealed potential. The same analytical skills that could expose a murderer's carefully constructed alibi could also identify an artist's carefully nurtured talent, despite unfavorable circumstances. This duality suggests something profound about the nature of human observation and its ethical implications. Those of us blessed with unusual perceptual abilities have a choice about how to use those gifts. We can focus exclusively on detecting deception and solving puzzles, or we can also dedicate ourselves to recognizing merit and creating opportunities for others to flourish. The most satisfying cases, I have come to realize, are often those where detection serves not punishment, but empowerment, where seeing clearly leads not to exposure of wrongdoing, but to recognition of right-doing. Mr. Whitmore's dedication to his art, Miss Hartwell's keen observational abilities, Mrs. Morrison's psychological insight, Peter Caldwell's innovative use of materials, Sarah Blackwood's aesthetic philosophy, all represented forms of human excellence that deserved to be seen, acknowledged, and supported. In recognizing and encouraging these qualities, Holmes and I participated in what might be called constructive detection, using analytical abilities to build up rather than tear down, to create opportunities rather than close them, to illuminate potential rather than expose failures. This approach has implications that extend far beyond individual cases or artistic discovery. If human talent is indeed more widely distributed than commonly recognized, then society has both an opportunity and an obligation to develop more effective methods for identifying and nurturing that talent. The systematic exclusion of ability based on social class, economic circumstances, or other irrelevant factors represents not just individual tragedy, but collective loss. The London Society for the Recognition of Artistic Merit represents one approach to addressing this problem, but the principles underlying its work could be applied to virtually any field of human endeavor. Medicine, science, literature, public service, business innovation, all could benefit from more systematic and inclusive approaches to talent identification and development. Consider how different the world might be if every community had individuals dedicated to the kind of observational work that Holmes and I stumbled upon during our constitutional. How many potential discoveries, innovations, and contributions are lost each year because no one takes the time to look closely enough to recognize ability in unexpected places? The question is particularly poignant when I consider the children we encountered during our extended explorations. Young people like the street child who directed us to Sarah's workshop clearly possessed intelligence and observational abilities that under different circumstances might have led to significant achievements. How many such children grow up without anyone recognizing their potential or providing opportunities for its development? These reflections have led me to a deeper appreciation for the profound responsibility that comes with the ability to see clearly. Those of us who possess unusual observational skills are, in a sense, trustees of human potential, charged with the duty to recognize merit wherever it appears and to work toward its recognition and support. This responsibility extends beyond the dramatic moments of criminal investigation to the quieter but equally important work of daily observation and encouragement. Every interaction offers an opportunity to see past surface appearances to the deeper qualities that define human worth. Every conversation provides a chance to acknowledge and validate abilities that might otherwise go unrecognized. The transformation we witnessed in Mr. Whitmore and Miss Hartwell, when their artistic abilities were recognized and supported, illustrates the profound impact that such acknowledgement can have. Seeing their confidence grow, their ambitions expand, and their talents flourish under proper encouragement, reminded us that human potential is often constrained not by lack of ability, but by lack of recognition and opportunity. This insight has practical implications for how we conduct our daily lives and professional activities. In my medical practice, I now make it a point to look for signs of healing potential in patients whose cases might seem hopeless to others. The same careful observation that can detect the early symptoms of disease can also identify the inner resources that enable recovery and resilience. Similarly, in our detective work, Holmes and I have begun to pay closer attention to the positive qualities revealed by our investigations. Even criminal cases often involve individuals whose abilities might be redirected toward constructive purposes if properly recognized and supported. The skills that enable successful crime can sometimes be transformed into capacities for legitimate achievement, given appropriate guidance and opportunity. This expanded approach to detection has enriched our work immeasurably, adding layers of meaning and satisfaction that go beyond the simple solution of puzzles or apprehension of criminals. When we can help redirect human abilities toward positive purposes, we participate in a form of healing that addresses not just individual problems, but social and community needs. The London Society for the Recognition of Artistic Merit has provided a model for this kind of constructive intervention, but similar organizations could be developed to address other forms of overlooked potential. Athletic ability, mechanical aptitude, leadership skills, healing talents, musical gifts, all could benefit from more systematic identification and support. The key insight from our Baker Street Constitutional is that such potential exists in abundance, hidden in plain sight, waiting only for eyes trained to see it, and hearts willing to acknowledge it. The missing coin pouch that started our adventure was ultimately found exactly where logic suggested it would be. The artistic talent we discovered was equally present and equally discoverable, once we knew how to look for it. This parallel between detecting objects and detecting abilities suggests that the same methodical approaches used in criminal investigation can be applied to the identification of human potential. Careful observation, logical analysis, and systematic investigation can reveal hidden talents as effectively as they can reveal hidden crimes. The difference lies not in the methods employed, but in the intentions behind their use, and the outcomes they're designed to achieve. Detection in service of justice seeks to expose wrongdoing and ensure appropriate consequences. Detection in service of human development seeks to identify ability and to create opportunities for its expression. Both approaches have their place in a well-ordered society, but I have come to believe that the latter may ultimately be more important. Criminal detection addresses problems after they have already manifested, while potential detection creates opportunities before problems arise. By identifying and supporting human abilities early, we may prevent many of the social conditions that give rise to crime and other forms of dysfunction. This preventive approach to social health mirrors the principles of preventive medicine that have become increasingly important in my medical practice. Just as it's more effective to maintain health than to treat disease after it has already developed, it may be more effective to nurture positive potential than to address negative outcomes after they have already manifested. The individuals we encountered during our extended constitutional, the artists, craftspeople, and creative thinkers who had developed remarkable abilities despite unpromising circumstances, represent examples of human resilience and creativity that offer hope for addressing many of society's challenges. Their ability to create beauty, meaning, and value from limited resources demonstrates capacities that could be applied to a wide range of social and economic problems. Sarah Blackwood's transformation of industrial waste into artistic expression suggests approaches to environmental problems that could be both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Mrs. Morrison's ability to capture essential human truths through portraiture demonstrates psychological insights that could inform approaches to mental health and social understanding. Peter Caldwell's innovations with inexpensive materials point toward possibilities for democratizing access to artistic expression. Each of these individuals represents not just personal achievement, but social resource, human capital that could contribute to community development and problem solving if properly recognized and supported. The multiplication of such resources through systematic talent identification could have profound implications for economic development, cultural enrichment, and social cohesion. These possibilities remind us that the stakes involved in developing better approaches to human observation and potential recognition extend far beyond individual satisfaction or artistic achievement. In a rapidly changing world facing complex challenges, the ability to identify and mobilize human talents efficiently may determine the difference between societies that thrive and those that struggle or decline. The London Society for the Recognition of Artistic Merit represents a modest beginning toward more systematic approaches to talent development, but its principles could be scaled up and applied much more broadly. Imagine neighborhoods, cities, or even nations organized around the systematic identification and support of human potential in all its forms. Such organizations would require individuals trained in the kind of observational methods that Holmes has perfected, people capable of seeing past surface appearances to underlying abilities and potential. They would need systematic approaches to talent identification, support mechanisms for ability development, and connections to opportunities for talent utilization. The work would be complex and challenging, but the potential rewards, in terms of human satisfaction, economic development, and social progress, could be enormous. Every individual whose potential is recognized and developed represents not just personal fulfillment, but social gain. Every talent that is nurtured rather than neglected represents increased capacity for addressing the challenges that face human communities. As I conclude this extended reflection on our Baker Street Constitutional and its aftermath, I am struck by how a simple afternoon walk can lead to insights with such broad implications. The missing coin pouch that initially captured our attention proved to be the opening thread in a complex tapestry of human potential, social observation, and constructive intervention. The lessons learned from that experience continue to inform our approach to both detective work and daily life. We have learned to look not just for what is hidden, but for what is overlooked, not just for what is wrong, but for what is right, not just for problems to be solved, but for potential to be developed. Most importantly, we have learned that the ability to see clearly carries with it the responsibility to act constructively. Observation without action is mere curiosity. Detection without development is incomplete investigation. True mastery of observational skills requires not just the ability to perceive accurately, but the wisdom to use that perception in service of human flourishing. The afternoon sun is now setting as I write these final lines, casting the same golden light through our windows that illuminated our original walk down Baker Street. Holmes sits across from me, absorbed in a new case that has just arrived by telegram, his keen mind already working to penetrate another mystery and restore another bit of order to our chaotic world. Yet I know that tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, we will once again find ourselves walking the streets of London, observing the endless drama of human life that plays out around us. And when we do, we will carry with us the lessons learned from our constitutional. The knowledge that every face conceals a story, every circumstance hides potential, and every careful observation offers the possibility of positive intervention. The greatest mysteries, we have learned, are not always those involving crime and detection, but those involving the recognition and development of human potential. The most satisfying solutions are not always those that result in arrests and convictions, but those that result in opportunities and achievements. And the most profound discoveries are often those that reveal not what is wrong with the world, but what is right with the people who inhabit it, waiting only for eyes wise enough to see and hearts generous enough to act upon what they have seen. In the end, perhaps that is the true meaning of our stroll down Baker Street. Not just a successful resolution to a minor mystery, but a revelation of the extraordinary potential that exists in ordinary circumstances, available to anyone with the wisdom to observe carefully and the courage to act constructively upon their observations. It has been, in every sense, a most illuminating constitutional, one whose lessons continue to unfold with each passing day, reminding us that the greatest adventures are often those that teach us to see the world and its inhabitants with clearer, kinder, and more appreciative eyes.